See, real hip hop is in here early. Yeah. Yeah.
Brother said he's back to the class or whatever. Let him come in?
Yeah.
Peace, God.
Peace.
I've seen
Yeah.
it.
All right, we got smell goods. L7, Teran Reed, Waju, Musadik, Asiatic Mathematics. Let me get my picture in effect. So what's your name, black man?
My original name? My attribute?
What's your name?
My name is Jovel.
Javel?
Yes, that's my birth name.
What's your name? Your mother gave you.
Joval.
Joval. All right. And so what brings you over here to
Law school?
yeah, law school?
Well, today, I really didn't have anything to do. I usually study by myself, you know. I come every once in a while. I haven't come in a while, but I feel like getting. I have knowledge of self already, but I feel like I need to stay in contact with my nation.
You got knowledge of self already,
Yes,
but you need to stay in contact with the nation.
yes. I don't want to be like a satellite by myself, you know.
So what have you been studying so far?
So far, well, I know Supreme Math, I know Supreme Alphabet, I know student enrollment, I know English C lessons. I'm on my 114 right now. I'm trying to master my 114. Well, really, honestly, I'm really on 136 still. I'm trying to master my 136.
So how you see the days degree in the 1 to 10?
And the 1 to 10? Today is the 30th, right? So, how I see today's degree in the student, you saying the student enrollment?
Yeah.
How much useful land is used by the original man? How much useful land is used by the original man? Non-cycle?
No, it's not right.
What is the total square miles of the planet Earth?
How long you been studying?
How long I've been studying?
Yeah.
Honestly, since I had got knowledge of self, I had got knowledge of self. I've been studying since I was 16.
Right.
Since I was 16, I had 120. I had possession of 120. Sometimes I forget it, sometimes I know it. I try to stay focused, you know.
Well,
And
how old are you now?
I'm 39.
So you had the knowledge for 23 years.
Yes.
And when you say you had 120, you mean you had it on paper?
Yes.
Have you ever had it on cap?
A couple times, and then I forget. You know, sometimes I slack off.
And what's the
Reason?
yeah.
I get sidetracked by other things. Sometimes I go through trials and tribulations where I put it down for a minute, and you know, like I use my mouth every day, you know, I live with it, you know, but as far as like word for word, knowing word for word everything, it's kind of difficult for me, you know, to master everything word for word, you know.
So let me ask you a question. Do you put it down because you're going through trials and tribulations? Or do you go through trials and tribulations because you put it down?
I put it down because I'm going through trials and tribulations. Nah. Or maybe sometimes I'll be like, you know, sometimes I'm gonna be honest with you, God. Sometimes I study, you know, you can burn your lessons, you be studying, and then sometimes you be like, all right, I know this, I know that. And then you get bored. I don't want to say bored, but you put it down for a second, and I say to myself, okay, I'm gonna leave it alone for a second because I keep studying it, and I don't want to say it gets boring, but it gets, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not sharp enough to say like, how I'm gonna say this. I get sidetracked. I'm gonna be honest with you. I get sidetracked with other things.
All right, so you finished being sidetracked now?
Yes.
So how you know you finished being sidetracked?
How do I know?
Yeah.
I made up my mind. I've been going through hell, you know, and I realize me going through hell, you know, because I'm not right and exact with the things that I do, you know, and I go through hell for that.
So how you see today's mathematics?
Today's mathematics is understanding cipher. Understanding cipher is like understanding is the black child, which is the star, which is which is which is the child, the black child. You know, the sun, the knowledge and understanding is one and the same before our distance. You know, understanding and not wisdom, knowledge and wisdom bring forth understanding. And that's the completion of the cipher. You know, understanding is to have fully comprehension of what you know, to understand, to know. Also, cipher also means 360 degrees. You know, a cipher, everything consists of a cipher in the universe. The sun, moon, stars, man, woman, and child. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding. That's a cipher. I see today's mathematics as understanding cipher.
And where you from? Where you got the knowledge, you said?
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you, G. When I was 16, I had a lightner. I used to stay down south in Houston. My lightner, he gave me knowledge of self when I was 16. But when I was studying, right, I didn't know about a law school at the time. I'm originally from New York, you know. My father's from New York, my mom's from Houston. What happened was that I came to New York, and 10 years ago, I used to come to the law school a couple of times. I came to the law school, you know, but I was homeless, you know. I've been trying to. I'm not homeless anymore. I have my place, you know. But it's like, through 3 years, I've been locked up, you know. I met guards locked up, and I used to study my math word for word. But when I got out, when I got free, I got sidetracked with other things such as drugs, trying to make money, trying to make a living, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And from 16, I came back to New York when I was 26. I got locked up. I did a 5-year bid on some bull crap with the devils. You know, the devils. You know, they tricked me.
So you got the knowledge in Houston.
Yes.
From who you got the knowledge from down there?
My lightner.
Yeah, what's his name?
He got 2 names. His birth name is Keedron. He called himself Supreme too. His God name is Supreme, but he called himself Keedron.
Mm-hmm.
That's his birth name. And he gave me knowledge of self.
And what did he tell you about what this is?
Excuse me?
What did he tell you about what knowledge of self is?
Well, he told me, he broke it down to me when I was dumb, deaf, and blind, and when the knowledge had hit me, when I first got sparked, right? It blew my mind, you know. And he just, you know, because my mom was sanctified, you know, she was a sanctified Christian. And like when I was 16, you know, he was doing his thing, you know, and he gave me a book. He told me he was a Muslim. And I was like, "You a Muslim?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, I got a Quran and everything. And he gave me a book. He had gave me the 120 degrees, and he told me to read it. I read it the first time I read it, you know, and then he told me to keep reading it. I kept reading it, and then I wrote it down word for word, you know. I jotted down word for word. I kept a copy for myself, and ever since then, I always kept a copy.
But you haven't been studying the copy.
No, I've been studying a copy. I have a copy right now on me. Would you like to see it?
Yeah, let me see it.
No, this is my book of life.
Yeah, but where's the 120?
It's all here. It's all here.
I
120. I had got.
don't need the whole stack, just the 120.
Have you seen that copy before?
No. What does this say? The problem book of the poor righteous teachers.
Yeah. That's the whole 120.
And where'd you get this from?
I had bought that. One time I had bought that off the internet.
You bought this off the internet?
Yes. I got a couple of pustries also. I also have a couple of pustries.
Alright, I'm not sure what this is, but this is not our lessons. This right here says the student enrollment, but I see it's the 136 here.
Everything's there.
Okay, this still says the student enrollment, but now it's the 114.
Okay, I remember now the understanding degree in the student enrollment is how much useful land is used by the total population of the planet Earth. The total population.
That's not it.
That's not it. What? Who's the color? All right. Who's the original man is the first degree? Who's the color man is the second degree? What? Ah. What is the total population of the people of the Earth? Is the understanding degree?
What you say?
What is the total population of the original people of planet Earth?
That's not exactly what it says, but yeah, that's the degree. You gotta get that right.
All right, I'll get it right now. It's what is the total population of the original nation on the planet Earth? Total population of the original people of the original nation of the planet Earth is 4,400,000,000. But the total population in the wilderness of North America is 19 million. 17 million with 2 million Indians, making it 19 million. The total population around the planet Earth is 4,400,000,000.
Well, that's not the degree, but it's
you see how I need to sharpen up, right?
well, yeah, I could already told you that. You know, you said you was on the 136 though.
Yeah. Okay. I kind of know about 1 to 10, you know, because it's 1 to 10, you know.
You don't know it.
I don't know it. Okay. If I have this, right? If I have my guard, check this out for a second. I have 120 right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I study every now and then, and then sometimes I forget, and sometimes it's not that I forget, it's just that I just gotta be sharp with, you know what I'm saying? I just gotta be sharp with, you know, word for word. You know, sometimes it's not my comprehension. It's just that I gotta be sharper. You know what I'm saying? I know my math and my alphabet's sharp. You know what I'm saying? I know the manifestation of that sharp. You know.
Well, let me ask you a question. What are you studying for?
What I study for?
Yeah, what are you studying for?
I'm studying for. There's two reasons why I'm studying for.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one, I know I'm God. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm the sole control of the universe. You know what I'm saying? I know I gotta live right and exact with everything I do. You know what I'm saying? You know, life is real. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to fall victim to the double civilization. You know, and that's why I study. I study, and so I have to learn about equality. You know what I'm saying? I haven't been practicing equality too much, as in like.
Yeah, but what are you studying for?
What do I study for?
Yeah.
What I study for? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. I study for so I won't be blind.
All right. Now, so how intensely do you not want to be blind?
How intentionally?
How intensely, like how bad do you want to stay away from being blind?
100% now. I'm not. It's like I'm 100%. 100%.
Okay, so how could you get bored with studying?
How do I get bored?
Yeah, you said you get bored.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you how. Sometimes I get sidetracked doing other things that I enjoy.
Yeah, so then you don't want to do it 100%.
I want to do it 100% now.
Can't have it both ways.
It's not build or destroy, huh? It's not. It's not in between, huh?
Nah, it's no in between.
I have to be very serious.
Yeah. You see, it also means the level at which you're studying it. So like everything that you observe, right? Everything that you take in, you know what I'm saying? That observation is a part of study.
Yes.
You see, there's some things that, you know, you study in that in general. And then there's some things that may be life or death. You might have a condition, you might have asthma or something. You know what I'm saying? Or you might be allergic to certain things. So you might want to go into the detailed study of exactly what those things are and what is the impact that they have on you. You understand what I'm saying? The exact study of, okay, if for whatever reason you end up eating this food that causes an allergic reaction, if you end up eating it by accident, you know, what do you do in order to alleviate whatever symptoms come about? You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Now, that could be life or death.
Yes.
So that's what I said, you know, you could read the lessons. And like I said, you know, in the basic form, that's studying it. But that's not really, that's why I said, what are you studying for? There's some things that, you know, you observe it, you're like, all right, now I know what that is. And then there's some things that you actually internalize the science of that, where you don't even have to think about, uh, you don't even have to think about putting that knowledge into action.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? Because it's become so ingrained and internalized in you. See, that's the level when we see, well, when you're talking to me, and you say you study 120 lessons and you know the 136, that's my expectation. When you say you're 5%.
Right.
See, that's why I asked you, who have you really been amongst, what other 5%ers have you been around?
Well, other ones?
Yeah, when is the last time you saw the brother that you said, the brother Supreme? When's the last time you seen him?
Well, I haven't seen him in a minute. I've been here in New York. Last time I seen him was probably a year ago. Probably a couple years ago. I met a couple guards out here,
And since that time, how much?
I talk to him every day on the phone,
Yeah,
every other day.
Talk about what?
Certain things. We talk about, we sometimes we talk about the lessons, we talk about life, we talk about women, we talk about making a living, things like that. And how it reflects us.
So basically, I just shoot the breeze.
Yeah. Yeah. He doesn't. He don't tell me. He. All right. Like say for instance, I'm dull on a subject. He'll sharpen me on the subject. You know what I'm saying? If I'm dull on the subject, or I call him if I need to know why, like a certain thing that I don't know that's unknown to me. I ask him why this or why that, and that I don't know.
What's the most important subject?
What's the most important subject?
Yeah.
Building to bring things into existence. Just building and destroying. Building on the right stuff.
All right, and how does building and destroying, how does that happen?
That happens every day with me, I try to stay away from 85s, 85s, they 10s. I try to stay away from them, and then I try to stay in have self-control of myself and what I do, have self-control, I don't smoke anymore, I used to smoke cigarettes and marijuana. I don't even do that anymore.
Now, what was the common denominator in all the different stuff you said just now?
What was the common denominator?
Yeah, and all those answers that you gave just now, what was the common denominator?
Building and destroying?
No, that was the question that you was answering.
I don't understand.
I said, how does building or destroying happen? And then you gave me several examples. There was one thing that you kept, one word that you kept saying.
What was that?
You kept saying I. See, building and destroying doesn't just happen. Somebody has to actually do the building and destroying.
Right.
You see, that's the most important subject, is who is the I that you were speaking of. See, have you really dealt with all these different levels? Before you got the lessons, you fast 3 days?
No, I didn't. I heard somebody told me that when I was locked up, they told me I had to fast 3 days. But so I had my knowledge of self before. When I was 16, I never fasted 3 days. I always kept it to myself. But I understand that you have to fast 3 days. You gotta go through hell. Fast 3 days to obtain your degrees. I understand that. Brothers told me that before.
It's not even about going through hell, that's an aspect of it. but it's about you showing and proving my power is God power. It's about you showing and proving that you can make things happen with your mind.
In 3 days, 3 days is a long time.
Yeah, well,
Good, that's a lot of help.
you said that you want to stay away from being blind 100%.
Right.
See, there's things that you got to get in order to make knowledge itself work. There's things you got to attain in order to make knowledge itself work. So you got to deal with civilization and righteousness. I'm saying you as an individual.
Yes.
What you said your name is again?
Javel.
Javel. You got to deal with civilization and righteousness. So you study the math for all this time, 23 years, you don't really know what it is.
No, I know what it is.
Okay, what is it?
What is it?
Yeah, what is it?
It's showing proof that the black man is God.
I mean, it can be used for that, but what is supreme mathematics?
Supreme mathematics. I'm not gonna be a quote. I'm not gonna be a parrot on this, but I'm gonna tell you in my view what I think supreme mathematics is.
Mm-hmm.
Supreme mathematics is supreme is like to be the most high. You know what I'm saying? To know everything that's in existence. You know, to like supreme is like
Those are two different things.
All knowing. You know what I'm saying? I meant to say all knowing. To be all knowing and to be all wise and to be the most high is to be supreme. You know?
Supreme doesn't mean all knowing.
It doesn't? What do supreme mean to you?
Supreme means the most high, like you said.
And if you're not most high, that doesn't mean you know everything?
No.
That's in the universe?
I'm saying, right? You see, well, now you're talking about two different things. Now you're talking about supreme being, right? As opposed to supreme. Supreme means the most high, right?
Yes.
Now look, whether you think the supreme basketball player, right, of all time, whether you think it's LeBron, whether you think it's Kobe, whether you think it's Jordan, whatever, right? Yeah. Listen, they ain't win every game. They don't know, every single thing about the game of basketball.
Right.
See, we said, we just using the word supreme. We're not saying now you talking about the supreme being. See, don't get caught up in that either. Don't get caught up in thinking, about this, righteous but unseen being that exists everywhere.
Well, I know that. I know there's no mystery God.
You sure?
Yes.
How you know?
How do I know?
Yeah.
Because I know the black man is God. I know I'm God. I know I'm the original man. The original man is the first man. He's the creator of everything. How do I know that?
Yeah.
How do I actually know that? it's shown improved. You know, you know, my father was black. My grandfather was black. You know, I don't want to say black, but yeah, that's what I mean. You know, and that goes on a long time.
All right, now look, what's the first degree in the 1 to 10?
The first degree in the 1 to 10 is who's the original man. The original man is the Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth, father of civilization, God of the universe.
All right, that's good. You got that on cap. But now, if you notice, in that whole degree, it only told you two things that was biological.
The maker and the cream.
Hmm.
Father civilization. What is
See, all them things, when you saying you the maker and the cream, this is about being the best.
right?
That's something that has to do with, how you manifest knowledge. See, the only thing it told you, right, that, you started off with that is black and man. See, everything else is something is a mental component to it. And when it said being the father of civilization, you know what I'm saying? That's not just saying that, for instance, that's not just saying that you have children. See, being a father, that's also got to deal with how you relate to those children. So see, what about all that other stuff? That's what you explained to me just now. You just said because you got a dark complexion and your father had a dark complexion, that shows and proves that you got it.
No, well, no, well.
See, you know about taxidermy?
Excuse me?
Taxidermy.
No, I don't.
Like when the people go hunting and they kill the bears and lions and tigers,
Yes.
and then they stuff the animals, and the person keep them as a trophy in their house.
Yeah.
That's taxidermy. The science of how to take the bear or lion from the dead bear or the lion into the stuffed animal that you see, right?
Right.
That's the science of taxidermy. Now, if we apply the science of taxidermy to people, and you had somebody that you knew, right, and then they would stuff like they do the animals, right, and then they put that person to sit in a chair. Would that be the same?
Yes.
You're saying that would be the same if you just put the person there stuff as if the person was really there.
Hmm. Taxidermy.
Yeah, but listen to what I'm saying. I just asked you that just to say if you understand the question I'm about to ask you. And that question is that if you stuffed the person, right,
Yes.
after they passed away, and you stuffed them and you sat them in a chair where they usually sit, would that be the same as the person if the person was still alive?
No, it wouldn't be.
All right. So what that's saying is that there's more to the person, right,
Yes.
than you can see with the naked eye.
Right.
See, these is the things that have was you exposed to any of this type of information before you got the lessons?
Was I exposed to any information?
The type of thing that I just told you, was you exposed to that, to knowing that there's more to man than you could see with the naked eye.
No.
See, that's what I'm saying. That being the case, you don't know what the lessons is. See the lessons, right?
Yes.
And you getting the lessons and having them on paper. That don't make you God.
But what if that says that's my birthright?
What's your birthright?
To be God.
Okay, but see, even when a person has a birthright, they have to claim it and live it out.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And just because something is your birthright, that don't mean you're gonna, this is a little bit sidetracking. I don't know if you, but Tsar Nicholas II.
No, I don't.
Yeah, he was the king of Russia. The king of Russia at that time. The name they had for them was Tsar, like Caesar.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? That was their name for the king. You know, and him and his family, they got killed. Now it was his birthright. You understand what I mean? Because it was in his family bloodline to be the kings of Russia. But he didn't live out the birthright because he got killed by his people. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So you can have the even the knowledge of yourself, the knowledge of you being God. But then depending on how you really activate that knowledge and what you do with it and what you do about it, that's how you really gotta claim your birthright and live it out. You see what I'm saying? It's not about showing up at a place where they got the copies and then you get the lessons and then that's your birthright.
Right. Can you go back a little bit
To what point?
to the point where you said that about the birthright? Um, I gotta live it out.
Right. That's the key to uh, all things in existence is that you have to live it out. See, like even when I don't want to sidetrack you too much, but when you deal with different religious figures over the time, right? That's what most of them came to do. To say that this right here might be what the scriptures say, this right here might be what prophecy say, but you really got to live it out. That's what anything that exists. They see how many people they know how to write, they know the alphabet, they know words, but how many people write something?
Right.
They don't really live it out. They can tell somebody that they know how to write, but no one's ever seen evidence of it. So those is, just a few of the things that you gotta understand about being a 5%. See, most people, from the outside looking in, they only exposed to us talking. They not really exposed as much to us walking. So there comes a misunderstanding of, exactly what being a part of this is, what having this knowledge is. Because for the most part, like I said, people only get to observe how we talk it. They don't observe how we walk it. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's what, like I said, anything that exists, you seeing a kind of final product. Like, see, look, if you watch a basketball game, right?
Yes.
You don't see the practices.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like when you seeing LeBron James right now, you seeing the perfection of what he's been doing for 30 years. You're not seeing him the first day somebody gave him a basketball. So it's the same thing with the knowledge, you know what I'm saying? You somewhere and you hear somebody say something that might be impressive to you. But you ain't see the years, months, and days, you know what I'm saying, of studying and research and living this out to get to the point where he can, build on any topic like that. So see, that's why I can tell that, because that's the first thing you tell me is that you got the 120 on paper. Listen, you could throw that out.
Why would I do that?
Because if you ain't gonna apply it, it ain't gonna make no difference.
I do apply it.
Well, how you applying it? See, because listen, in the lessons, it tells you how the devil was made. You ever read that part?
Yes.
Okay, how you know that's not the part that you're living out?
How do I know that's not the part that I'm living out?
Yeah. See, if you don't know it, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have it on cap, how do you know, right? When you make a move, that move don't coincide with the making of the devil and not the building of God. See, when we took them on every step we take each and every day, each and every way, that's why we have it on cap down to the details.
I don't want to be like that.
You don't want, what you say?
No, I said I want to be like that.
Well, yeah, that's
and I know it's kind of hard for me, but it's what you make it, you know?
Well, see, listen, that's one of the things you need to learn about yourself by fasting 3 days.
Fast 3 days?
Yeah. See, when you
I do it.
See, when you fast 3 days, you can learn what kind of discipline you have. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So you don't know all the time what you're capable of until you push to that limit.
I want to ask you a question, God. When I fast for 3 days, you mean just from sun up to sundown, or all 3 days, day and night?
Day and night, 24 hours a day. 72,
Hours.
yeah, 72 hours. You know, we had some problems a few months ago with really for the whole 2019 with people doing 68 hours and stuff like that. I don't know what that was about. I have no idea. But like I said, that's what can happen. You know what I'm saying? In any situation,
Yes.
that if you have something, right, and you don't use it correctly,
What's the use of having it?
what's the use of having it? See, it might end up working against you. You know, you would be better off if you didn't know better and you did the wrong thing, right?
Right.
Then you haven't what you needed to do the right thing, and you didn't do the right thing.
Right.
You know, now of course, no one is always better, and like I said, you know, activation and application. That's without that, you're done. See what I'm saying? You
Yes.
know, you could just be the holder of the key. See, that's what you got. Some people out there, they just the holder of the key and the keeper of the lock, but they can't really open. They can't really open the lock and get to the treasure. They're just the holder of the key and the keeper of the lock. See, that's what having 120 on on
On cap.
on paper. That's what that amounts to. You're the holder of the key, but you're not really the person with the power to open it. See, you got that digested.
Yes.
That's you know, those are the places that you need to go with. That's the aspects you need to deal with in terms of the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? You know, you could be exposed to the knowledge, right?
Right.
Without really getting the knowledge. See, because the knowledge is not a set of facts that you can memorize.
You gotta live it out.
You gotta live it out. It's a way of life. See, when you got that kind of knowledge, right, and you don't have no wisdom, you don't have no experience,
Yes.
it's not worth all that much. Like, look, let me ask you a question. Right now, if a dude told you, listen, I graduated from medical school with all A's. You know, I went to Harvard Medical School and everything, but I never been in the operating room before. Would you let that person operate on your brain?
No.
You see what I'm saying? Because they haven't lived it out. They don't have no experience really with operating on your brain. See, that's what you're doing when you say you got 120 lessons in your book bag. You know how to play chess?
Yes.
See, in order to play chess, you got a whole bunch of different pieces, and they all move in a unique kind of way. And you got to know how all of them move in order to be successful. See, that's how the lessons work. You got to know all of the lessons, right? And know how they interact with each other to really get an understanding of what they mean, what they're telling you. See, with checkers, it's different. You got one piece, two moves. So you can't play checkers with the lessons. You know, when you read it over sometimes and you think you're going to come.
Right.
Did they tell you when these lessons were written?
Yes.
When was the lessons written?
As far as the Book of Life and or the Supreme Alphabet. I know the Book of Life was given by to Farad Muhammad to Elijah, and Father Allah added the Supreme Alpha and Supreme Alphabet.
And what years?
In 1934, Farad Muhammad gave the lessons to Elijah, the messenger. And in 1969, Father Allah took the lessons out of the nation, out of NOI, and started the nation of gods and earths. And he the one that delivered, that sparked everybody that the black man is God. That the black man is Allah.
This nation was founded in 1964.
Oh, 1964?
But you know, you said 1934 for giving lessons to Elijah. Elijah answered the questions. The way you worded it is
I'm talking about the Book of Life. Just the supreme lessons.
Listen to what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Now, how long ago was that?
The supreme wisdom?
Yeah.
About 1934.
Yeah. Until when? How long ago was that?
How long ago was that?
Yeah.
Wow. You want me to do the math on that right now?
Yeah, do the math on that.
All right, 1934. All right. Let me do this now. 1934. Hold up. You gotta give me a second because I'm doing this off off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it's 2020 right now.
Mm-hmm.
1934.
You got some help here from the.
I said 106 years.
106. That's you're a little bit you're a little bit ahead, you're ahead of the game. You should have got 86. But my point is that it's been quite a while.
Yes.
It's longer than my lifetime or your lifetime.
Right.
It's longer than most people that we know lifetime. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So in all that time, we see that, everybody didn't get the point. Everybody didn't get the message of what was in the lessons. That's why you gotta understand that it's something you gotta do with the lessons in order for you to really get the best part from it.
What is that, God?
Well, the first thing you gotta do is to be able to internalize it. You gotta be able to, not necessarily for the sake of knowing 120 in itself, but for the sake of you having 120 lessons on cap, so that you can practice how to use your supreme mathematics with it. See, when you can go through the science of talking, right, with 120 and breaking down, because in 120 lessons, that's what you're seeing. It's telling you about life itself. You know what I'm saying? About, the activities of people that, have been alive over the course of thousands of years. How these people interacted with everything. What is the history that occurred? What is the the science that was behind a lot of the things that occurred. So when you're able to break that down through the science of mathematics, now when it's time to walk with it, right, and actually apply it in your life, right, to avoid problems and create solutions, you're able to do that because you've practiced with 120 lessons. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's provided you 120 lessons, has provided you with a roadmap, in order to get back to the highest elevation of yourself, right?
Right.
In which you can see everything around you, all the people, the places, the things, the facts, the circumstances. You can see that for yourself.
Hmm. What's your name?
My name is Darkim.
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 Say it again.
Darkim.
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 Yeah.
That's your attributes?
That's my name.
What is everybody? Nobody came today?
Everybody's you. Okay. Any other questions?
Not at all.
See, I told y'all, okay, universal truth. I see you over here trying to jail off me over here. But once again, like I told y'all, when when I drop the science, it's so clear that there's never any questions.
I have a couple questions. I apologize.
I get it.
All right. Well, I would like to participate more, and show and prove, I would like to live it out, you know what I'm saying, as being right and exact in everything I do, and and grow with my nation.
Let's see. The first thing you got to do is equip yourself, right, for the duty of a civilized person. See, the duty of a civilized person is to teach he who is savage civilization, righteousness, the knowledge of self, and the science of everything in life, which is love, peace, and happiness. Now, in order for you to be able to do that, you got to educate yourself on all of these things.
Right.
You got to become a master at all of those things so that you can live out being a teacher of those things. That's the first thing you got to do. And then after that, you got to go out and apply it. Meaning you got to go out and be a savior, to
People.
yeah, that's around you, that you have the power to save. See, because even when you saving somebody, the person that you're saving, they have to cooperate with you. Or both of y'all can end up losing your life. Like if somebody's drowning and you go to help them and they fight with you, both of y'all can end up drowning. But you still have to equip yourself with the life saving skill and ability. And like I said, once you equip yourself, you know, there's, all you got to do is look in the direction and you will see some people, that is in need of assistance that you could be an asset to. That's how you participate.
Peace.
Hmm. Any other questions?
Yes. Am I always free to come back to law school?
Well, we got classes right now on Mondays and Tuesdays. I got to get in touch with the brother that teaches on Thursdays. Uh, when I get in touch with the brother that teaches on Thursdays, then we will have classes on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays.
Okay, can I get the information to that? It's on the wall, right?
Yeah, so what?
Okay. And another thing too. I know there's a school in Medina, in Brooklyn. I stay in Brooklyn. I came here from Brooklyn. I also would like to go to the Law Temple in Brooklyn. I've been there a couple of times also. Just a couple of times. Is it possible you can give me an address to that? Or I can find it on my own.
Yeah, but I don't know in terms of what the class situation is, what structure they got set up. As far as that, I don't know.
Yeah. Our cycle complete today?
Yeah, you know, There's only so much you gotta absorb a little at a time.
Okay.
Can't try to digest too much.
Oh. That's why I don't copy everything word for word. Because when I okay, listen to me for a second, God. When I get this 120, right, I go to myself, okay. I say to myself, all right, I got 8 ways of life to study, you know. And you say I gotta do it I gotta study some what you just said to me? Cause when I read this, right, sometimes I read it, right? When I study my lessons, right? Sometimes I study the whole thing, you know, the whole 120, you know, all day long. And then sometimes I just study one section, you know. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I don't be having everything on cap.
See, listen.
And sometimes I'll put it down and leave it alone and entertain myself.
In order for you to see, right, a clear picture, you got to be able to see, like the eye focuses on all different levels. See, the eye can focus on you sitting right there, 6 feet from you, right? But then the eye can focus on something outside that's 60 feet away.
Right.
And in order for you to get a full picture of your surroundings, what's going on, you need to be able to lock in on all of them different levels. You see what I'm saying? Where you can see from 60 feet away and you can see the big picture, or when you could, put a paper right here in front of your face and read the fine details of the fine print. So see, in order to be able to do that, you got to get into the fine details of 120 lessons, which takes having it on capital.
Okay. Okay. We're done?
Yeah, we can, like I say, if there was more people here or whatever, but, if you got some more questions, but in terms of, you got to go a little bit at a time, in my view, you know what I'm saying? Right now, you need to lock in on fasting 3 days.
Okay.
See, because a lot of things you've already been exposed to. You've already been exposed to the lessons. You already know a little bit about you using our language and all that. But see, you still got to deal with the signs of civilization.
Monkey man came over here fucking with me again. Wow, you still here, man.
Thanks, God. Peace.
So you know what fasting means, right?
Yes.
But only water for 72 hours. Now look, when you fasting, right? That's the time, like you said, if you look over the lessons, if you read over the lessons, that's the time for you to read over them. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
For you to, keep in mind some of the things that, we was discussing in here. You know what I mean? For you to lock in on what kind of skills and talents that you have, right?
Yes.
That when it's time for you to participate, the things that you want to add on to your life and to the world in general. You see what I'm saying? Because see what happens is digestion is one of the main things that your body does. So see when you cut out the digestion, right, then your body can focus on other things. And one of the things it can focus on is you can have more blood and nutrients going to your brain. You see what I'm saying? So you got to utilize this time and utilize the impact that this is having on your body, you know what I'm saying, to rise to the top and have supreme thoughts and ideas. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know, it's not the time to run a marathon. You know, it's not the time to, you know, go around people where, you know, you're just talking about sports or, you know, you're talking about something crazy like killing people. You gotta learn how to use that time wisely. So I just wanted to make sure you know that.
Yes. Now I know. Peace, God.
Peace.
I'm gonna just get a pen and write it down on the schedule.
Yeah, it's on the wall out there. So what is this here? I see.
We finished the cycle, God?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, peace.
Peace.
I'll be back. I'll be back soon.
All right. Make sure you fast 3 days.
Okay.
I see I have a side rally going on here. I'm not exactly sure what that's about. I saw a couple people. I saw Asiatic Mathematics said he had a question. Yeah, peace to the room in general. You know, we had a brother come in, so we had to uh, slow it down for a minute. Has everyone done it? Each one teach one already and hit the like button for me? Should be time. Everybody from the What Did I Miss crew should be in the building by now. But yeah, what was that question? Asiatic mathematics. Oh man, what's up, boy, mastermind? I'm not sure if this is that bean pot. I don't know if we can make it. How do I see Fard being a prophet? What is the meaning of prophet in the context of 120? I mean, Fard came to prepare the people for the coming of God. That's what prophets do. Um, you mean in the context of 120? I don't think I see it any different than any other context. Unless you're asking in the context of if they're saying Fuad is Allah, then how can he be Allah and a prophet? Perhaps I don't understand the question fully. Did Elijah get father civilization from James Morris Webb's or his Webb's book, one of the books Elijah read? Um, I'm trying to. Who's James Morris Webb? Um, See, I'm not familiar with the what is it? The supreme wisdom like that. Um, I'm sure one of the brothers in here probably knows better than me because I'm not familiar with it. But I don't think the supreme wisdom has father civilization in it. Yeah, Born Love Allah said the supreme wisdom doesn't have father civilization. Calm Islamly said it does. But I don't see Calm Islamly. What's happened is that's the impact that the guys in the earth have had, where you know you got a lot of other nations that they adopted our principles, and now you may not be able to tell. So Joseph said James Morris Webb was an original man in the 20s and 30s who wrote a book called Father of Civilization, where he uses the Bible to show and prove the black man's divinity. Wrote he That was written in 1930. And I was born said, was Elijah ever heard to call himself God or just the black man is God? Hmm. Um, that's a good question. I'm not familiar enough. Comes on. He said, I first got introduced to the knowledge by a friend whose pops was in the nation, and he had it in there. So that's what I'm basing that on. Yeah, I mean, what year was that? Yeah, Asiatic mathematics says part of the civilization is not in the what is it? It's not in the supreme wisdom. Young Dub said the supreme wisdom with the red cover has father civilization. So which one is that? Melchizedek's version? His wisdom degree in the 1 to 10 had skunk in there, so that's why I'm assuming it was the supreme wisdom. That was in 1997. Yeah, see, by 1997, you had a lot of things getting crushed up. Yeah, nah, Joseph, father civilization, that didn't get in there until Allah. Who's out there yelling? I hear that. Calm Islam, he said he also had something called 99 actual facts. So, I mean, what was this person like you said it was your friend's father? So you said his pops was in the nation. In what nation? All right, we got Infinite. Infinite came in the building. I add I add out in DC came in the building. Yeah, Calm Islam. This person, when you said they was in the nation, which nation? Calm Islam, you always talk so fast until you ask them a question. where is his pops was, see what you have, you know, uh, is you got a lot of people that they've been collecting all different types of studies. You know what I'm saying? And they may have it, in their papers or whatever, the things, the material that they study from, you know, but uh, it doesn't really mean that they necessarily subscribe to that way of life. So, you'll see this type of thing, you know. The 99 actual facts. Sounds interesting. But is that we had those two questions right there. Does anybody else did anybody else have a question before we get into understanding the cipher? Which we touched on it a little bit. I touched on it a little bit when I was dealing with this brother right here. What's real hip hop? Hold on, let me see. Just one. 7 screen. Oh. This stuff here should say, I don't know what they do that for. And then my guess has disappeared. I guess everything was perfect today. So, um, how's everybody, did anybody pay attention to the title of today's live? Seeing everything? And how that relates to today's supreme mathematics? Anyone? Bueller? Alright. That's peace. Just so I understand the cipher 360 vision. So subset get the clear picture and not what it appears to be. See means to understand. Tommy Robinson. That's a good point right there. But you know what I always wonder, right? Is, and I don't really wonder, but this is a phenomenon. Some things are exactly what they appear to be. While you said asking what and how to see clearly through all. As yet, mathematics said you can see something with your two physical eyes and still miss it with the third eye, which is the mind. You see, that's things that's in a fine mist. Jay said to see clearly, to see the big picture, i.e., your current situation or surroundings. See now, let's let's bring this up. The brother, he says something about asking what and how. Right, so let's take it to the 140. When it says, tell us what and how the devil was made, right? That cipher has been completed. And when it says was made, that means that this is something that's already happened. When we put this on the scale, what we weighing and judging is the actual facts of the circumstance, not the speculation. See, when you understand the cipher, right? Understand what cipher. Do you understand the cipher that you're dealing with? Or do you understand some other cipher that you're trying to apply to what's going on in this cipher? Which is what you do with a lesson. If you learn something in another cipher, you can apply it in this situation, right? In this cipher, then that's positive. But if you don't truly understand either one of those ciphers, then what you're applying may not be appropriate. See, just like with the brothers who, continue to say that they live out 120. But see, if you understand the cipher, which is 120, you know that it's telling you about God and the devil. So if you don't actually know 120, how do you know which step that you're making, right, is building God? And how do you know which step is making the devil? How do you know with your own self is a righteous one of? Unless you really understand that cipher, and then you understand the cipher that you're dealing with right now in this day and time. Do you understand the cipher of talking? And do you understand the cipher of walking? See, that's what happens when your understanding as a cipher. He got it mathematics. So Yakub understood the cipher. The black germ was 180 degrees, and the brown germ was 180 degrees. The white germ took it above 360 degrees. That's why the devil's world is an illusion and elusive. I think you need to leave the numbers to the mathematician. You end up saying when you understand that you truly don't understand, then you take it back to the knowledge, right? When you understand that you truly don't understand, I mean, knowledge is infinite. So if knowledge is infinite, then understanding is going to have to be infinite. Everything in the cipher is infinite because it's manifested in knowledge. So when you say you understand that you truly don't understand, you know, uh, I'm, I'm gonna go out on the limb right here and put words in your mouth and say that, you come to a point of knowing that knowledge is infinite, of knowing that there's always more for you to learn, of knowing that there's always more for you to digest, right? And of knowing that that is a part of life. You understand what I'm saying? And it's not a matter of once you know that, then you take it back to the knowledge. That's actually the science of mathematics. Like I said, that's a part of life that you go from knowledge to born, right? And then you go back to knowledge at a cipher. And then you go from knowledge to knowledge born. And then your wisdom as a cipher. And then you go from wisdom knowledge to wisdom born. So like I said, this is just a part of life and the science of life. You know what I mean? And uh, you know, being a know-it-all, thinking that you know everything, that is one of the characteristics of the ignorant. God said the divine, so my understanding is my knowledge and wisdom activated, operative, not speculative. Exactly. When your understanding has a cycle. So this is what happens. You know, like when I say, sometimes the brothers go into the Alex Jones type level, right? Where, you know, you can't show me the complete cipher that you understand here. But, getting back to what I'm saying, understanding the cipher that you that you uh that you're dealing with, you know, uh like degree say, right? The 85% know that it rain, hail, snow, earthquake, and also hit them above their heads. So, they got some understanding of what goes on with that. They know that it comes out of the sky. They know the impact that it has on your crops. They know what is wet and all these things, but they don't understand the cipher. See, Christian said, understand the cipher or being born and understanding is me comprehending my own ways and actions, which gives me the ability to see clearly in all my undertakings. Yes, that's
understanding your cipher. Asiatic mathematics said the brown jar represents the potential for unrighteousness. Not that the brown jar itself is bad, but the potential. Now, I wouldn't agree with that. Joseph said the third degree had 114, and Indians didn't understand the cipher that Columbus was coming from. They only saw their cipher until it was too late. Universal Truth said little 20 is being able to walk and talk with this. Knowledge is the root. Seeing the world about what is in the lessons is the fruit. You said living 120 is being able to walk and talk with this. Okay, two questions. What is this? What is this? And you know, when you say you live in 120, you know, are you living the wisdom bill degree in the 140? This being the truth. So figuratively, you're living the wisdom builder destroy degree in the 140. So you're saying figuratively, you have lived out the wisdom builder degree in 140 and can use it to see what happens. Do you mind if I ask how you figuratively lived out the wisdom builder destroy degree in the 140? This is Joseph. Joseph is having his own side rally over here, where he's asking the questions and answering. You have rules and regulations while manifesting your goals. This is how you live out the wisdom build degree. That's one of the ways that you, and but I'm saying, did you make the devil? The wisdom build degree is telling you about making the devil. Universal truth said this knowledge isn't about swimming close to the coast. Being literal with 120 doesn't bear fruit of understanding. No, look, in terms of you saying that you applied the principle, right, of being focused on your end goal, which is also a principle that Yakub applied, right? This is not living out the wisdom building, the wisdom building destroy degree. See, having rules and regulations, you know, in terms of us having rules to how we do things, that's in the meaning of civilization for us. It's not in the wisdom building. No, I'm not saying literally. I'm saying the same way you're talking about in your undertakings, right? In your endeavors out in society. All right. In your endeavors out in society, right? Did you make the devil, or did you born God? Hold on for a second, y'all. I gotta get my trusty. Yeah. And, all right. We got Jakeem. Let me see Jakeem in here, man. Understanding how to cipher or being born understanding my seed is my physical understanding. And I had a cipher by teaching him how to utilize supreme mathematics so he can see life for what it is, see life for what it is, not how it appears to be. Universal truth said 120 isn't a history lesson to me. It has to apply here and now. That's how I deal with it. Now I understand what you're saying in terms of lessons. But I'm just saying that when you say you live it out right? The degree, and the degree is telling you about making the devil, right? Then what I'm saying is that's something different than you saying you apply the principle that also exists within a degree, right? Of being focused. See, and how do you know that unless you know the degree? See, when you're talking about being focused on your goal, that's a mathematical principle, right? That is included in that degree. But you see that mathematical principle is included in more, more than that degree. Boy, that's later on. What is it talking about? Real hip hop said, what degree teaches you how to be civilized? You're supposed to be civilized by the time you get to the degrees. You're supposed to be civilized and righteous. You know, by the time you get to the knowledge of self. Where is universal truth? Asiatic mathematics said the only way I would ever be interested in a school history class is if they build a time machine. Yeah, I don't know how you got stated. You know, while I was building with the brother, apparently I was having a side rally that resulted in uh, someone speaking on the monkey god. So I'm gonna put a disclaimer. The side rally going on right now uh, does not necessarily reflect the views of the Random Jewish channel. Asiatic mathematics, and I'd rather learn about the functions of the physical and other forms of science. Well, you know, we're all scientists of uh, different disciplines. You know what I'm saying? Like you got some brothers that they're very astute in the biological type of science. You know, if you ask them about dietary law and you know the impact of different foods and different substances have on the body, you know, they very well versed in that. You know, you got brothers that you know is very well versed in chemistry, science, physics. I mean, you know, you got people that the medical science, the agricultural science. We all scientists of different uh, disciplines. So, if history per se in that format that they teach it in schools is just not your thing, that's one. Real hip hop said he's a mad scientist. I'm um I'm hip. See, real hip hop is he's pinky and the brain. He's pinky and the brain wrapped into one. Universal Truth said that was being mentioned in a lesson doesn't deter me from utilizing what's being mentioned. My understanding is God made the devil. That that fact is always my focus, right? So if you, this is what I'm saying though. How do you know when you making devil? Well, first of all, Universal Truth. Do you know 120 lessons? Like, how do you live out the years, months, and days of the devil being birthed on our planet? Because see, you saying the devil being mentioned in that lesson, right? Kind of not being the same. It's kind of like we talking about a car, right? And you're focusing in on the glass, the glass from the windshield, which separate is a separate thing than speaking on the car. And even though it's a component of a car, when glass was invented and all the different uh, ways and reasons that it's used is not the same as speaking on a car. So 120. So like I said, how do you live out the years, months, and days of the devil being birthed on our planet? Real hip hop said, do I think mad scientists are real? I mean, I've met you, real hip hop. I know it's real. Was it Yakub, a mad scientist? I mean, okay. Joe Gates, Joe Sosa, Bill Gates is a mad scientist. He said mathematics because I don't know if anyone can conclusively confirm if something actually took place hundreds of years ago with so-called American history. How can I confirm George Washington actually existed? Um, this is something that I've you know, heard before, but once we get into that type of science, right? Once we get into that type of questioning, how do we know that the laws of physics don't just apply to the 1900s and the early 2000s? How do we know that at the time of Newton or whatever other physicists that came, right? That things weren't totally different, and maybe that's what allowed them to make discoveries that they made. Like, we could always go into all of this questioning, but there's a fine line between questioning things that shown proof and just continuing to search for that does not exist. From Islamic and Indian traditions, the deities and everything is said to be the self. So there is a science to that particular tradition. Hmm. What's the science on Yakub versus Yakub? Uh, why Allah see you be you, and why Allah see the cipher be? And is why Allah can't be. See, this is what I was saying, that you just speak in code, but you can realize that those are three questions. Why Allah see the cipher be? Why Allah see you be? Why Allah can't be? Real hip hop. I see you on here. Real hip hop on the internet. That you don't need. I don't need much more than that. I've seen everything I need to see. The universal truth is said applying supreme math is how I break down the 36 degrees. No. When you say applying the supreme math and breaking it down, I'm saying, how do you live that out? And right after that, I want you to tell me how you live out my name is W.F. Muhammad. Mathematics, and I know the laws of physics exist because they are here right now. As far as historical figures and events, I would have to just accept the stories and people's words. Yeah, you know that these are the laws of physics right now. But I'm saying, when you using those laws to, calculate any given thing that you're saying, like, okay, I can show and prove this, right? You can show and prove it by calculating all the factors involved with this phenomenon, right? Whatever the science that you're observing and doing research on. You understand what I'm saying? For them to say that gravity is a constant, right? How do you know how constant it really is? How do you know that when you hear stories of, magic carpets, that wasn't about the time when the force of gravity was less than it is now? King said he read somewhere that the rain dance was about putting dust in the air and speeding up the rate of it being heavier than gravitation. Universal Truth asked me, When I first got the knowledge, did I get a life lesson, meaning the lesson from the 140 based on your age? Yes. Call Islamics in different tribes may believe and practice different things. We can't pigeonhole them all into one box. Wait, we talking about? I think this is still the side rally. Comes on, he said they see what's inside and around them as divine. That is still one step above a mystery God in the sky. Which step is that? If something's going on, they kicking a lot of people off of YouTube or something right now. I don't understand it. Y'all kind of, are you saying that the Indians worshiping idols is kind of not so bad? The Christian said, would it be internal questions to ask in order to rise oneself from a wild lot see the cipher be or wild lot see you be mindset? I don't understand that question too much. I don't think you really taking the question for what it is. You know, don't try to think of any other esoteric meaning. Why Allah see you be? You know, this don't make it into rocket science. You know, you know who Allah is. You know what see means. You know, you're supposed to know who you are, and be means to exist. Asiatic, not about like I said, history in the future may be a lot better because now we have videotape and better ways of documenting things. But even video can be documented. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, a person, you know, when you have the type of mindset about things that's written that you have, you know, you can never be satisfied. Go ahead, Bob. Say, can I jump on and add on to today's mathematics? See, I don't know. I'm gonna take a chance with you because you're 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 a mad scientist. No. Universal truth. You say if I use my 8 and the 140 to gain insight on what you'll be dealing with, yeah, that's what I mean by living on 20. I mean that might be what you mean, but that's two different things. You know, uh, in the most simple form, one is renewing history, right, and one would be repeating it. See, if you just live that history, right, then you know when it was your chance to write the history, You didn't write any new history. So even if we was dealing with a degree, you know what I'm saying, where, uh, you know, we talking about the wisdom build degree or the wisdom born degree, right? I have to answer that question for myself. Like what was written in that degree when we look at the lessons, right? That's at the date of that writing, 1934, and then the historical sense of what it's telling you is at the date of the writing that Yakub wrote that history that they living out over there. See, using something to gain insight is not living it out again. You know, if I set myself on fire and then from that, you know, I got some insight about what the fire does. I'm not going to live out setting myself on fire again. That's why these are two separate things that you're saying. You know, because like I said, I got more of these questions. You know, how do you live out? My name is W.F. Muhammad. D. Christian. So you're saying why Allah see the cipher be? Why Allah see you be as a question to ask a person who comes amongst you who seems intrigued or desirous to learn? But I'm not sure that anybody that is just coming amongst you that's just intrigued or desirous to learn would have the type of understanding of the cipher to be able to add on to those questions right there. You know what I'm saying? Or to be able to make much of it. You know, if you spoke that way to a person who was just coming around, that would be putting it under above their heads. You know, that would be a 10% kind of move right there, where you know you're not speaking to the people in a way that they're going to be able to understand and learn and grow from that. You know, when you know, those are questions that lead you to a higher degree of understanding about what and how the devil was made. You understand what I'm saying? You know, when you look at all of the aspects, right, from wisdom knowledge, right, when it says how old is the founder, all the way to 33, right, and what is a real devil? You know, when you put that in totality, you know, those questions of why Allah see you be and why Allah see the cipher be, you know, answering those questions uh, can increase the degree of insight that you have. So the third said, understanding God degree in 140 body does the devil teach versus what does the devil teach? When was the change made by who? Why? For clarity, simplicity, and teaching purposes. Um, that's been in there for a while. Um, I'm pretty sure one of the firstborn. Uh, that's a whole other science. Uh, we won't go into right now, but that's definitely something that's been like that since the '60s. Hey, mathematics, and I can't explain how physics was written. I can't explain how physics was back then, but obviously, life on Earth requires gravity, or we float into space and die. It's possible that law of physics was somewhat different if the universe was ever expanded. Yeah, we see this what I'm saying? You still making an assumption, right, based on the time that you're living in. See, you always gonna be biased towards the time that you're living in. See what I'm saying? Because you said obviously life on Earth requires gravity, or we float into space and die. How do we know that the conditions in space was the same conditions that we have now? You see what I'm saying? That once you take this type of mentality, this is a slippery slope where there's never ending questions to everything. You see what I'm saying? And now you deal with a form, I don't know what the word, what the ism of it is, you know what I'm saying? But you kind of deal with a science where, or you can't get caught up right in science, like babies. So, when babies go peekaboo, right? They think because they can't see you that you can't see them. They think because you know their eyes are covered and they can't see you that somehow your eyes is covered too. So that's what I'm saying. That things that's outside of your naked eye or your naked ear, right? Things that's outside of the realm of your five senses, right? You're gonna find yourself always constantly questioning everything. You know what I'm saying? And then once we get into optical and audio illusions, then at the end of the day, you know, nothing can be determined to be true. All right, so Universal said, I'm not interested in repeating history. Never even occurred to me when I got knowledge. I clarified this before. Living 120 does not mean living according to 120 in a literal sense. Okay, maybe you need to define what living means, because this is a different type of living, the way you're describing it right here, right? From what I understand to be true in living. Like this appears to be a unique definition of the term living. So, what do you mean by that? Because, uh, you know, living is the activities of life. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you said living 120 does not mean living according to 120. What does it mean? So, the Christian say he has some static when he's listening to me. Um, I don't know. YouTube just kicked like 15 and 20 people off. Some of them came back. So that could be a situation. I don't know. I think I've been like grazing some topics. I've been going into some topics, something that
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. I can hear you now. Peace, Darkim.
All right.
Peace, Darkim.
All right. Now I hear static with you though.
Pardon?
I hear static on your
Oh,
vocals.
you hear static? Cause I'm hearing it from your feed. Cause the whole time you was on YouTube, like your audio is kind of not so clear and kind of static.
Oh, let me see.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if this makes a difference.
All right.
All right, say something now.
Yo. Peace.
Hold on. Try to log off and come right back on.
All right. All right. Be right back.
I don't know what happened with that. Okay. Uh, Universal Truth at 120 is not a script. It is awareness. Being in tune with this awareness provides insight to live according to the true self. So you keep telling me all of this, right? But I ask you some simple questions. How do you live out? My name is W.F. Muhammad. And how do you live out the exact number of years, months, and days is the devil being birthed on our planet? And, sometimes we get into the flowery language, which is peace. I love the flowery language. But I'm saying, let's get down to the nitty gritty. How do you live that part out? SW said, uh, oh no, that's something else. Study mathematics say you're comparing the laws of physics to history. We know that it's wise to be skeptical of history because there's more than one side to every story. Physics is more of an exact science like mathematics. History is his story, therefore not an exact science. Now, history is an exact science. Lying is not an exact science, but history itself is an exact science. The history of how I came to, do these videos, how I accumulated that knowledge, the history of, how the videos themselves develop and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Which is good. You seen the other cucumbers?
The first one was the second one.
I took some yesterday in the refrigerator over there.
I wasn't.
I didn't get a chance to eat like them. I did.
I know I'm not with you. I think you know the first one.
You took 4.
Yeah, I was in. No, I was three.
So how many was names?
There's one left. Though. They need to be picked. More pick on the cooking.
Yeah, I was saying that I want for tomorrow. We got to get all this jump off out of here by really tomorrow.
Talking about.
We got to put like all the branches and stuff that I cut. We got to get those back there to the woodworking shop or whatever. Hopefully they say this is
If it works, you got shifts.
yeah, and then we just cause we got to get that done by Thursday. Right. So, where's the whistling? Um, Agent Hazmati said, the nation, some people may say a lot of said this to that, but the ones who were there really know. And that's why history is still science. You know, is there more room for lying, right? Is there more room for a person to spread falsehood, in history than in geometry? Yes. But that doesn't mean that history is not an exact science. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, in a lot of places, you can't separate the history from the science. You know, for that, I would give you the Maury Povich show. That that the show is about your history in terms of who your parents are, right? But that's inextricable from the science of who your parents are. Yeah, you know what, Joseph, I keep being late getting to the. I keep being late getting to make these videos, so I haven't put all my information like I need to in terms of in the description box. Universal Truth said my name is W.F. Muhammad. It's lived out as my name is Universal Truth. The student enrollment date goes from 1933 to 1998. The date of my writing it out, um, to 110 is from 1931, right? And what I'm saying is, so, okay, your name is Universal Truth, right? So then the next, uh, the next three lines is different too. What does the next line say now that you wrote it out for yourself? AJ Mathematics says, so should a kid trust everything he learns in public school history class? I mean, you got to understand, uh, like I said, a separation between, uh, lies in history. Universal Truth said, walk and talk these lessons, right? How can anything walk if it isn't alive? Um, you know, I walk and talk the supreme mathematics God. I don't walk and talk the lessons. I walk and talk this culture, this way of life. Yes, I, you know what I'm saying? But no, I don't walk and talk the lessons. You understand what I'm saying? I'm, my own self is not a righteous Muslim. Start another live to correct audio. Yeah, I could. If it gets that bad, I'll start. Universal Truth said, when I tell my family separation is devil, I I'm telling them we need to stay together, which comes from the 28th degree, live in 120. That comes, so wait, you got to get to the 28th degree and the 140 to understand that we got to stick together. What does father of civilization mean to you? Universal Truth said 136 is to remind me that I have the history too. How did I come to America? I better know that. How did my family get here? I better know that. Knowledge of self. My volume is not good. I don't know what that is. Let's see what that is. So you're saying that the lessons themselves are alive and well. Am I getting this correct? That you're saying that what the 120 is like a living document, like the Constitution? What do you mean by this? I heard you out. Yeah, I hear everyone out. That 120 applies here and now. All right, so let me ask you a question. Why do we have 120 lessons? Well, what is unique about 120 lessons over, let's say, the Bible? Is universal truth. Call it 120 is awareness of our true selves brought to us by known authors. The Bible is parables, metaphors, and similes. We don't know who the authors are. All right, so here's the thing. Straight out of 120, right? The Nation of Islam has no birth record. 120 lessons does have a birth record. So what were you living out? What was the original man living out before 1934? If we live 120 lessons, what were we living out before the events that 120 is speaking on? Like before 750 years ago, before 551 years ago, what did the original man live out then? Uh, let's see if we got. See if we got good connection.
Let's see. Can you hear me a lot better? Yo, peace. Peace, Darkim. Ooh. Peace, peace, peace. Might have muted your mic or something.
All right, hold on while I fix the sound.
There you
go. Universal Truth, you said you don't know what or how the original man lived before the history books. We're not talking about before history books. We're talking about before 1934. You know, I know people personally that existed before 1934. So this is not you know, ancient history that we're speaking on. I'm saying, what did the original man live out before those degrees in the 1 and 20 was written? Because, like you said, the 120 lessons has a known birth record. The events that's spoken on in 120, taking Jerusalem from the devil, Columbus, you know, loosely using this terminology, Columbus discovering the wilderness of North America, all of these things have a known birth record. Now, just for the record, right, we saying that the principles that exist in supreme mathematics is older than the sun, moon, and stars. So, as a couple of brothers have expressed to you a couple of times that this topic came up, you know, what we live is supreme mathematics. And 120 lessons gives us some practice and some insight on how to do that. But we don't live the lessons. Asiatic mathematics said the 10% are in charge of mainstream history lessons, and the poor righteous teachers don't believe in the teachings of the 10%. Yeah, but see, the lies are his teachings. You understand what I'm saying? You know, if you're gonna say that, you know, the 10% controls the flow of scientific knowledge as well. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know, you're using, you know, when you deal with science, you deal with physics, you're using Newtonian laws, you're using, you know, Einstein's laws. You know, all of these different laws have European names. You know, when you're figuring out the epsilon of this and the delta of that, that's Greek alphabets. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, if you're gonna make that separation for one, you have to make that separation for the other. See, this is what I'm saying, universal truth. You saying you don't know how they was living before 1934, but that's why I'm saying that as the original man, right? We can't say that we living out something that has the birth record and we don't know what was going on before that. This is what I'm saying. This is the kinds of walls that you're going to run into when you are referring to yourself as living the lessons. If the lessons has a birth record, then that's going to mean that your culture has that same birth record. Jack King said, always have and always will be supreme mathematics. Somebody has to know something or learn the hard way. Also, living their own plan or someone else's. A plan is knowledge. SW said, to know was the light of knowledge powering the universe, which is everything, sun, moon, and stars. What's this here? Holographics say Christianity was present. Noble Drew Ali teachings was present. Marcus Garvey's movement was present during 1934. But this is what I'm saying. All of those things also have a birth record. See, all of those different movements and nations were a manifestation of supreme mathematics being lived out in whatever given time and whatever given place amongst that given group of people. But that was a manifestation of the supreme mathematics. Okay, so Universal Truth said, I see a difference between living out 120 and living 120. So look, I asked this question a few minutes ago. Can you define this specifically? Because this is definitely where I see a disconnect as well, is I don't understand this distinction that you're making right here. You're making a distinction between living out 120 and living 120.
Interesting.
Living 120 is never being surprised by what goes on in my life. That is what I mean. Living out 120 is aligning my life to what the lessons say. The second part is what I don't mean. Okay, but see, when you speaking, right, you gotta remember that the rest of us, we speak a kind of, we speak a common language, you know, otherwise, then it's not communication. You know what I'm saying? This is one of the flaws with the English language is that, you can say eight, right? And eight can mean the number that comes between 7 and 9, or eight can mean the past tense of what you eat, or the past tense of to eat. You see what I mean? So what you did is you gave me the same word here, right, with two different definitions. You know what I'm saying? The first definition that you gave me, I don't agree with. Living 120 is never being surprised by what goes on in life. I suppose, well, let me not put words in your mouth, but one of the things that I get from what you're saying right there is that if there's nothing new under the sun and all of these things have been explained in 120, you have lessons on all the different things that happen. If you study the 120, then you shouldn't be surprised by it. Now, I got to ask you this. And, shout out to our brothers in the NOI, you know, peace to them. But can you now tell me what is the difference between, a guy, a 5%, you know, who, look, you got a lot of people is described under the 5% terminology in 120 lessons. But we know that there's 5% who have school on 126 and 7th Avenue, and there's 5% that have a temple on 127th Street and 6th Avenue. So I gotta ask you, which 5%, are you a part of? Okay, now Ajax Mathematics, you said that 10% certainly have a lot of fake science too, just look at Darwinism, Piltdown man, and all of these things of that nature. So that's exactly my point, Asiatic mathematics, is that, they'll come out with one study that says one thing today, and then next week they'll come out with another study that contradicts that study. So somebody put in the comments a while ago that whatever it is, you got to trust but verify. I'm just saying that the same things that you applying to say that history is shaky could also be applied to science. Look, we need to look no further than the things that happened with the quarantine and the lockdown to see that a lot of times, what you calling, what we referring to right now as science is not as concrete as they making it seem. There's a religious aspect to science as well. True Self said the 1 and 14 says freedom, justice, and equality were the teachings. Ajax Mathematics said with science, though, a lot of things are more observable and can be put under a microscope. With history, you just got to believe it. No, because you have to apply the same science to the history, just like you got to apply the history to the science. See, like right now, right? If I see somebody walking down the street, right, I know approximately when two people had sex. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly who the two people are, but I can tell you a little bit about how they look. Just from applying the science and the history together. You understand what I'm saying? That's something that's observable. Asiatic mathematics said people can be deceptive with science as well. I see that. Just look at the flat earth conspiracy theorists. Yeah, and look at the fact that that was once the accepted scientific theory. Like, see, now you calling it a conspiracy, but at one time that was the accepted scientific theory. That's the bottom line. Science has been wrong before, many times. SW got a point here. Words deceive, period. 10% teaches the poor lies. Universal Truth said, technically neither. However, if I had to answer your question, with the options of temple or school, I say school. So wait, you're not the Nation of Islam, and you're not a 5%. That's what you're saying, universal truth. This is
Yo, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, cool. Yeah, I wanted to build on today's mathematics. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So like today, you know what I'm saying, represents wisdom cipher. You know what I'm saying? And
No,
basically like you know what I'm saying, the way I see that is
it's not wisdom cipher.
sorry,
Today's not wisdom cipher.
no,
Mm-mm.
no, excuse me, understanding cipher. My fault. Excuse me. But anyhow, for one to understand cipher, the way I see it is that, you know what I'm saying, person uses their wisdom to understand, you know, all those in their cipher. You know what I'm saying? That's how you get that understanding. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I see today's mathematics.
That's peace. So universal truth says here, I'm the 5%. However, I didn't get knowledge at or from the school. The school was never a point to me when I got knowledge. I think you may have misunderstood my question. Um, so let me ask you a question. What is the difference between the people whose headquarters are the school and the people whose headquarters are the temple or is the temple? Um, because what you're saying, it appears somehow that you're saying. I mean, I don't see how there's a difference between. I don't see how there's a difference between a 5% and a Muslim with what you're saying. Because does a Muslim live 120? But do they live out 120? Do they live 120? How does that work? you know, that's one of those funny ones. Sometimes you got to watch what you say to 5%ers. You said the school was never a point to me when I got knowledge. That could be why you don't understand what I'm saying. Universal said, you don't know what or how Muslims live. I live according to knowledge of self. Now, you just said you live 120. Now you live according to knowledge of self. I mean, I'm saying, look, bring me home, bring me to where you at, is what I'm saying here. I'm saying you're saying that yeah, SW, that's what I was observing that too. But which you got to remember, right? Universal truth that this lesson is for kids. Okay, so universal truth said 120 gave him the knowledge of self. See, I had the knowledge of self before I had 120. See, I think we've discovered. I think we've discovered the issue here. See, I had knowledge of self before I had 120. How is it that 120 gave you the knowledge of self? This is a little bit different. There's a little bit different sequence of events than what I'm accustomed to brothers telling me is their experience in having this knowledge. 120 provided the basics of learning who you are. So is your own self a righteous Muslim? Where you from, Universal Truth? And what year did you get the knowledge? This could be a kind of hometown phenomenon. All right, so you said your own self is not any kind of Muslim. But I'm saying that's what the lessons say. You said that the 120 lessons provided the basics to learning who you are. Okay, so you in California and you got the knowledge in 1998. So okay, now this adjusts the way that I had to see this kind of thing. You being from California, right? You probably experienced the lessons before you met gods. And 1998, you hearing all of these music and songs and things of that nature, right? That is impacting you and already maybe attracting you to the kind of state of mind that we have. No, I'm not stuck on you saying that you taking 120 literally. What I'm actually saying is that the whole beauty part of being a 5% is having the supreme mathematics. That see, when you look at 120 lessons, right? For instance, this is an example of the supreme mathematics at work. When you look at 120 lessons, it tells you about Bible verses in there. How are we able to break those Bible verses down, right? How are we able to break those Bible verses down and still come up with supreme understanding? It's through supreme mathematics. You're putting 120 lessons in the way that historically, right? We put supreme mathematics there. When you say that 120 lessons provided you with the facts, no, the gods is the ones that provided me with the basic knowledge. And they gave me 120 lessons as something else for me to study and learn in order to develop my abilities with supreme mathematics. See, it's like when you a baby, right? You got arm, leg, arm, head, but you don't know how to use it. If you ever seen babies, you know, you have to clip their nails and put gloves on them because they scratch their own face up sometimes because they don't know how to use the power that they have. So 120 lessons, along with a lot of other books, literature, you know, videos, whatever it may be, in whatever form that that knowledge comes in, right? We use it in order to develop our skills and powers with supreme mathematics. Like this is so when you put everything into 120, you know, I'm asking you to define what you're saying. Like don't belittle my understanding and say that I'm stuck. I'm not stuck on nothing. First of all, because I know what to live and what not to live. What I'm saying is that fundamentally, what you're saying is not. This is you see what you're talking about is the wisdom and the knowledge. That civilization being wisdom, knowledge, understanding. Universal truth said I got knowledge and was taught to think with my own mind. Listen, I didn't need to be taught to think with my own mind. See, if you watch this channel for any length of time, right, then you would know that I left Christianity years before I found the knowledge itself. Because it wasn't that I knew what the truth was, but I was able to think critically, right, outside of the box of what my family was telling me in order to see that, okay, this stuff cannot be true. But it seems to me that you've drawn too much of a connection between knowing 120 lessons and being this. It's two totally different things. Right? Uh, the lessons are born through our own understanding. That's true. Universal Truth said, "Who but God gives 120?" I mean, 120. You know, this came from Fuad and Elijah. I'm not, maybe like clarify what you mean by that. What are my views on Robert Walker? You know, I mean, he was just another individual that came. He came early enough in the game. And he was one of the more high-powered individuals. But he came early enough in the game to make a name for himself. But in reality, every generation, every different place on the map with guys have had their Robert Walkers. Asiatic mathematics, see, this is not good for you. Wisdom, strength, and beauty. Now look, the word for wisdom in Greek is Sophia. Philosophy means Philo is love, and Sophia is wisdom. So philosopher is a lover of wisdom. Now, some other individuals have said that it's not Greek, that it's in fact Hebrew. Um, I haven't researched into that, but perhaps if you want to look, but the word for wisdom in Greek is Sophia. But uh, I don't know why I can't recall his brother's name. Yeah, Universal Truth. Yeah, you fundamentally change what 1964 means. Okay, Universal Truth said I didn't get knowledge before being around guys. I got the knowledge from a God who gave me 120. Okay, is that the first thing he gave you? 120? No, I'm telling you what you're telling me. Is the first thing the brother gave you 120. Like this is what you're telling me. You're telling me that all the stuff come from 120, but then now that we turn back the clock, you're telling me that in fact you got the knowledge from God. This is the kind of talking that I'm used to hearing. See, you got to say what you mean and mean what you say. Okay, so you fasted then got math and alphabets, nation history, met other brothers. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. 120 was way down the line. This is my point that I'm making to you when I'm telling you that 120 doesn't make you God. Like, why would you get all this other stuff, right? Universal truth question. Why would you get the math and alphabet, the nation history, and meet other brothers, right? If 120 is what you were supposed to be living, if this is where the keys was for real, right? Why did you learn all that other stuff? Because that would be Masonic. Fahim, what's the science, Lord? Yeah, I don't know how y'all got state of the art going. Y'all got a law will manifest. I don't know how y'all got him. With whatever was going on when I was building with the other brother, y'all started some other side rally here. Peace. What keeps happening to universal truth? See, real hip hop, that's why you mad scientist. That's why I call you mad scientist now.
Look at your car tomorrow. So we gotta get this attendance up here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You coming through here tomorrow?
Yeah, I got some stuff I gotta wrap up out there in the yard.
About what time?
Should be out there about 3 o'clock.
All right. See you.
Yeah, today, but I've been noticing that the last couple of days. All right, so Universal Truth said 120 was a goal, and not to be God, but to know and teach the truth. See, we know and teach the truth before we even get to 120. Like I first started teaching, all I had was the mathematics. The very first brothers that I taught, it was literally like somebody gave me 120, and I mean somebody gave me Supreme Mathematics in my hand, and I walked right down the hallway, passed it right off. Within, I mean, I couldn't even tell you. Literally, but once I got it down pat, I went and told the next people. To the point where, look, something else that this is what I'm saying. I this was just a part of who I was. I didn't know that our duty was to teach until I got to the 16th degree in the 140. And I don't think anybody bothered to tell me because, like I said, I was teaching out the box. So other people probably thought that I knew that. But I wasn't, what I was doing was just telling my friends that, yo, listen, I caught up on something that's crazy fresh. You know what I mean? Everybody you gotta check this out. It smell good. Say he's out there blowing up some firecrackers. SW said I got math and made my dude's handwrite him. Universal Truth said, I get it, teach what you know. For me, it was important to get 120. Yeah, it's important to get 120. You understand? I mean, I'm not speaking from the standpoint of, somebody who is not huge on knowing 120. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm just saying that you got to understand that 120 lessons is a manifestation of the truth and the history and the science. You know what I'm saying? When it tells you, look, Elijah Muhammad studied 104 books in order to get that knowledge, meaning that knowledge always existed. You understand what I'm saying? But it was manifested in this day, in this time. If that truth was manifested 1,000 years ago, certain things that's in 120 wouldn't have been able to put in there. You wouldn't have been able to put in there about us taking Jerusalem from the devil 750 years ago because that wouldn't have happened yet. This is a recording at the date of that writing. And when I say that writing, I mean whether you're dealing with that, whether you're dealing with the Bible, whether you're dealing with the Quran or whatever, it's a recording at the date of that writing of the history, the science, and the mathematics that have been lived out between God and the devil. If you want to break down the entire of 120 is who is God, who is the devil, and what happened when they mixed together on the planet Earth. And see, when you apply your supreme mathematics, right, to that story, which is the same story that has been happening, right? It's the same story, whether you look in the Bible, whether you look in the Quran, just in other stories, things is happening by proxy. God and the devil is having battles through the people on the planet. But the principles, you understand what I'm saying, is still the same. And this is what we learn how to apply across all these different disciplines, but with supreme mathematics. See, when you're looking at different things, right, and you don't have the supreme mathematics, a lot of times you can't see any relationship. Like if I say sun, moon, and star, right, and man, woman, and child, at first you can't see no relationship between that. One of them is way out there and huge, and then one of them is way down here. But see, once you say, okay, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, now through the mathematics, you could draw the relationship of all things that's in 120 lessons. This is what I'm saying that you got to keep in mind. Hold on, let's bring in A God education. Peace to the God.
Yeah, peace to God. Peace, God. What's the science? You
Ain't
hear me,
nothing, man.
God?
Trying to get you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, all right. That's right, Miss that. How you doing, God? What science in school, God?
Yo, everything, man, is progressing. You know what I'm saying? We just gotta start getting more and more people to attend. They coming over here to put the they've been putting the Black Lives Matter stuff on the floor.
Nah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they've been painting the signs on the street. They're about to come over here and paint one, I guess, in a couple of days. You know, but yeah, everything is opening back up. We're keeping everything maintained. And like I said, I've been trying to speak to some young guys and some earths about coming in and starting some program.
All right, you gonna be there tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna be here tomorrow, probably about 3, 4 o'clock.
All right, I'm gonna try to pass through, God.
All right, no doubt.
All right, God. So yeah, you can continue on with the cycle that you was going through, God. Just going through the now for a few minutes, man.
No doubt. Peace to the God.
Peace,
So,
Almighty. Understand the cycle, God.
no doubt. Universal truth said. You see how YouTube is very funny now. But Universal Truth said, I agree that 120 is a manifestation of things that have been passed down and have occurred through the ages. 120 has led me to things that explain the universe. Yeah, because 120 is the important thing about 120. You can teach it to children and they can have the whole thing on cap. You understand what I'm saying? In a short period of time. You know what I'm saying? And when A got to tell you, when we was getting the knowledge, you know, going like 9 months, over 9 months, a year without knowing 120 was, that was funny. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, indeed.
A lot of people were learning 120 in 2, 3, 4 months. You see what I'm saying? And so
Yeah.
you can give something to children like that, right? Now, first of all, everything you're telling them now becomes easier because they speak your language. You understand what I'm saying? But in general, now they able to apply all these lessons. Like, see, one thing, if you got kids, right? When they mess up, what they always tell you, oh, I didn't know. Or yo, you didn't tell me this part. You see, with 120 lessons, you can have from who is the original man all the way to Pluto on cap. And with the supreme mathematics, now you can use it for what it's really supposed to be used for, which is, like you said, universal truth, to come up with a real-time solution in your day and time, in your endeavors where you walking and talking. You understand what I'm saying? But the key to all of that is the supreme mathematics. You know what I'm saying? It could be that, maybe you taking the supreme mathematics for granted. You know what I'm saying? And not looking at the fact that, listen, there's people that had 120 lessons for decades before we got it.
Mm.
And to this day right now, they still ain't see what we seen. It's the supreme mathematics that makes the difference, as well as the application from yourself. You understand what I mean? Because it could be anything. Like a person say, look, you could teach somebody kung fu. That don't mean they're gonna win a fight. Look, I could give somebody a gun. If they're not going to use it when it's time, what difference does it make? You understand what I'm saying? It don't matter what you give a person. Until they actually ready to apply that for themselves, it's not going to mean nothing. Universal truth, so that's my understanding of the cipher. If it meets the understanding of others, that's peace. If not, hopefully soon. I mean, that's peace, universal truth. Look, you want to think for yourself, but at the same time, we are nature. You know what I'm saying? And when we building, is this something I always say? You know, understanding means to see, right? Knowledge means to look, understanding means to see. So if me and you both looking at the same thing, right? And I see an elephant and you see a can opener, then one of our understanding is off. Or one of us, we not looking, we might think but where we focusing can't be the same place. It's that if you standing, if you facing me, right? And I put an elephant in the middle of us, right? Then we all gonna see our perspective of it. Meaning, if I'm at the back of the elephant, I'm gonna describe the back of the elephant. If you at the front of the elephant, you're gonna describe the front of the elephant. But because we looking at the same thing, right? And because we got the cream mind, we're gonna understand that we looking at the same thing, but just from different perspectives. Like it's a parable, it's a story. I don't know what philosophy it comes from. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's Greek philosophy or Eastern philosophy, but it's a story about three people who it was three blind people, right? And they gave them an elephant. They put an elephant next to them, right? So blind people, the way they relate to the world is they touch things, and then they sensitive to how things feel, so they can know what it is. And so one person, they put him by the trunk, and they let him feel the trunk of the elephant. So he gave one description of what he experienced from the trunk. You know what I'm saying? Then they put another person by the tail. So he described what he thought the elephant was by the tail. And then they put another person by the side of the elephant. And so he described what he detected from the side of the elephant. You see what I'm saying? But these is three blind people. So it's hard for them to relate to the fact that the other person, uh, you know, is just seeing another perspective of the same thing. See, that's why, man, we got to come together when we see the understanding. We all see it for ourselves. Meaning, if you come to an understanding just because that's the group understanding, just because everybody else in the group said that, and you don't really agree with it, then you still just dealing with the same religion. You're still dealing with the religious dogma. You still being a follower. That don't mean that you got to argue with brothers, but it just means that listen, you tell the brothers, look, I don't understand this aspect right here. This is a part that I don't understand about what you're saying. Then it's up to that person, whether they a teacher or a bullshit artist. You understand what I'm saying? See, if you say something, if you ask a question like that to somebody who's a bullshit artist, then guess what? He ain't gonna have no answer because he's just a follower and is just repeating what he heard somebody else say too. You understand what I'm saying? But that's how what I'm saying. You know we come to see things for what they really are for ourselves. Universal truth that the point is to take our perspectives and see them as part of the same cipher, only from different angles. When you say one is wrong, that's separation. Yeah. See, and look, that's a lesson that came down to me. That they said that Allah said that, or Allah was that way. That He never really told somebody that they was wrong. He would just say, "Well, if it was me in that situation, I would have did this." You know what I'm saying? Or, well, I wouldn't say that right there, what you said, I would say this. And that you actually had to go out of your way to make Allah tell you that you was wrong. You see what I'm saying? Because just like everybody got to see, understand it for themselves, everybody got to see it in their own good time. You understand what I'm saying? When say Allah come in his own good time, that also means that, listen, maybe last week you didn't have a firm understanding of what was right and what was wrong in this particular situation. You understand what I'm saying? But in your own good time, you saw what the truth and the reality was. And when you saw it, you applied it for what it is. Positive elevation always correct errors. You see what I'm saying? Right? New King Shah said, like standing on the opposite sides of a 9 or a 6 on the ground, we see from that point a 6 or a 9. But see, because we have the perspective of 360 degrees, right? Through studying mathematics, right? Going from knowledge to born, we know the science of completion, right? Then we able to understand that those opposite perspectives is still. I don't know why I went in it, why I went in and out again, but it's showing us that all those different perspectives is still showing us the same thing. You see, and when we get caught up in that, we getting caught up in the science of what and how the devil is made. See, the devil is made from grafting, and the first step of grafting is separating. God Cyber Divine says, seeing that elephant in small portions only gives you a small part of the whole picture. Understanding is seeing the whole picture with total clarity, having eyesight and insight. Universal Truth said, on good time, exactly after having knowledge for years, is important to come with original thought. Not just original thought, but original action. See, a lot of times we get caught up in that too, not disagreeing with you, you know what I'm saying, adding on to what you're saying. A lot of times we get caught up in that is, we came up with a new perspective on how to look at things, or we came up with some new terminology on how to express things. You know what I mean? But what has really changed in the world around us? You know what I'm saying? Like that changes maybe your view and your perspective of the world that exists inside your head. You see what I'm saying? But how does that really reflect? You know what I'm saying? Just like, look, we could learn about pig. Like everybody probably got somebody around them that fit this description. That you told them about pig, and they even know about it. Like how many people you know, right? That you might tell them something about pig, and they like, yeah, man, my doctor told me I ain't supposed to be eating this, man. My health is this way, man. Yeah, I know I ain't supposed to be eating this, but they still eat. You understand what I'm saying? Because that thought ain't followed up by the action. You see what I'm saying? So that's the real thing we got to do. A lot of, in terms of coming up with original thought, you got to think, we just talking about modern times. There's Frederick Douglass, right? You got Frederick Douglass, W.E.B. Du Bois, Booker T. Washington, Malcolm, Martin, Medgar Evers, the list goes on and on. Harriet Tubman, the list goes, I don't want to leave nobody out, but, we'll be here forever if we discussing all those names, right? All of these people have been speaking on what our situation is, like I said, for, close to 200 years now. So in terms of what must be done, in terms of, who's the devil here, who's in control of this oppression and all of that's already known. The only original thing that really need to come about is the action from the people, in whatever is their own space and whatever is their own time. You know what I'm saying? Wherever they make their Mecca at, you know what I'm saying? In the time being right now, that's what really has to be added on to the thought. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, we could go on and on Noble Drew Ali, Marcus Garvey, you know, even in the modern times, you know what I'm saying? You got Claude Anderson, John Heinrich Clark, in terms of every aspect of the history and the science of how we got to where we at, we don't really need to come up with a new way to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because, like we discussed a lot of times on this channel, when you look at the things that's happening in modern life, like you look at the situation that's going on with George Floyd, you look at the situation that's going on with uh, economic opportunities for brothers and all things of that nature, right? You could take any speech going back 100 years, right? You could go back 100 years, take any speech from any brother in any part of the wilderness of North America, and that speech can apply to what's going on right now. You could go back and hear, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, speaking on police brutality. You could go back to Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass speaking about, the brutality on the slave plantation, the brutality of the slave catchers. The only thing is missing is actually applying these solutions. Like right now, a person could come in and say, "Yo, the solution is we gotta have unity. The solution is, we gotta separate from them economically and politically." Listen, all that has been said before. The only thing new that we're gonna bring to the table is the actual application of any of that. Calm Islam, he said, any particular tradition of knowledge has to be built upon a settled view. Expand on that right there. I think I understand what you're saying. God Cypher's Bond said, people who have the knowledge and know what's right and wrong and still partake in devilment suffer from cognitive dissonance. It would be more forgivable if they had no knowledge. We had discussed something similar to that earlier. Cognitive dissonance is one thing. Another thing is just kind of personal strength, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Having a kind of integrity, because see what happens there is the devilishment is easy. The devilishment is fun. Being lazy, you know what I'm saying, getting over these is, I don't know if you can necessarily say it's human nature or if it's American culture. But cognitive dissonance is that's definitely a major one, but that's not the only factor in people that know what's right and wrong and still partake in devilship. Some people are not what was the story? In fact, God Cypher Divine, you a good person because you will know which, because I mix up Job and Lot a lot. But which one was the one who his wife was told not to look back, and she looked back and she was turned into a pillar of salt? See, she wasn't strong enough. to withstand, you know, uh, she wasn't strong enough to withstand the desire to look back. You know, she didn't do it. She didn't do it out of devilishment. Reveal the law, what's going on. So yeah, the brother said that's Lot. Right. See, Job, but didn't he keep his faith until the very end? Calm is lonely said, especially in the teacher-student dynamic, the flow of knowledge should have a synchronized basis. Original thoughts are fine as long as the goal is to show and prove the original thesis or position. Every logical system has an axiom. See, I'm gonna use you as a spokesman. This is the type of King's English you got to speak right here when you're speaking to the intellectuals. See, if I could talk like that, I'd probably go on Mean Gene. Right? When Christ was on the mountain, he was promised the world if he would serve Satan. He resisted that temptation. Yeah, everybody don't have, and we see that every day, especially in the black community, right? You see families where, you know, all of the kids, they was raised in the same house, same neighborhood, went to the same schools, all these different things, right? And in that house, you have one or two brothers that, they locked up all the time. You know what I'm saying? They did 25 plus years being in and out of jail at different times. Then you may have somebody else in the family who's a court judge. They actually sit on a bench and rule on cases. You know what I'm saying? You have some people who, you know, they never really, did nothing. Other people who've had, uh, long careers in Ford or GM or whatever, and they all came from the same background. Some of them were strong enough to withstand the temptations in the neighborhood and, progress their life to something where they didn't have to be in the streets. Wait a minute. Job's wife and kids were taken from him to see if he would ever curse God. But didn't he eventually ask God, like, yo, why you doing this though or something? Asiatic Mathematics said if you go on Mean Gene, some of his subscribers would come over to this chat, and then this chat would get oversaturated. No, I don't think they come over here. Which I told y'all, I see Mean Gene, I started agreeing with Mean Gene. Mean Gene had a whole video. I mean, it might have been 2 or 3 videos where I agree with everything Mean Gene was saying. Christ asked that, oh, while he was going through his trials, why hast thou forsaken me? Yeah, you know that Calm Islam, he said none of the prophets said they were bringing something new. They always tried to say they were restoring what was originally taught. Yeah. See, our brothers, man, that's one thing I still marvel at that, man. Like how y'all brothers have like very intricate knowledge of the Bible and the Quran. You know, I missed all of this stuff because I strayed away from Christianity at such a young age that a lot of these stories, I recall from Sunday school, where they give you kind of like uh, you know, a fast version. Jason Rosario TV. So yeah, we had a good live. I think again today, um, we got to speak on. We got to speak a lot on the Supreme Mathematics today between the brother that came by. What was his name? Javel. He said. We got a chance to build with him, and we see if he do his 3 days fast. You know what I'm saying? We got to speak on being able to see everything. You know, with 2020 vision all around you. You know what I'm saying? On the different aspects of understanding the entire cipher. And we got to speak once again on the science of mathematics and, what the application of mathematics does for, any given writing that you take into account. Meaning, you know, uh, one thing I say on here a lot is we had a brother Dumar. Anybody that got a chance to meet Dumar YD would know that Dumar could take any writing. Like Dumar could break down the Three Little Pigs in a way that show and prove the black man is God. And it was all because of how good he was at applying the supreme mathematics to anything that exists. Exact mathematics said it's too hot in the black church in California. I mean, I think it's pretty hot in the black church everywhere. That was definitely one of the things that drove me away from it. But so we got a chance to speak a lot today on how, the supreme mathematics and applying the supreme mathematics, to any given thing, whether it's something that you're talking about or whether it's something that you're walking about. You know what I'm saying? Supreme mathematics is what opens up, it shows you the whole picture of whatever you're dealing with to a level, right? Uh, that it seems brand new. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, Dumont can tell you the story of the Three Little Pigs or Little Red Riding Hood, and by the time he applies the supreme mathematics to it, it's a whole new, a whole new story. You know what I'm saying? The lessons that's in it, you know what I'm saying, is totally different now. So, uh, just speaking on, beware, you know what I'm saying, not to, uh, even in terms of getting caught up with a lot of things, when you going through your studies, right? There's one thing I always say, like, you got to be grounded in who you are. Because when you start to study different things, you don't want to get caught up because you've applied all your principles to this thing over here. See, that's what happens to a lot of things, when you still got people in this nation that, they still 85%. Because what they've done is just taken all the principles in mathematics and applied it to the same mysterious stuff. You know what I'm saying? In the same kind of way that Santeria and voodoo and things of these nature, right? They take the principles, or they took the principles of whatever religious practices that they had in Africa and just applied them to the Catholic, the structure of the Catholic belief. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the angels and the saints and all the things of that nature. You see what I'm saying? So you take this image, right, of a righteous but unseen being that exists everywhere, right? And all of the powers that this righteous but unseen being that exists everywhere has, right? You take all of those, principles, and then you just transfer them to the original man. And then you go searching for that does not exist, right? You go and searching for these different people that's telling you that, yeah, the original man has these magical powers. That if you don't eat berries for 40 days, and then your melanin will allow you to fly through the sky from cloud to cloud. Yeah, supreme math is like chess. 120 is like checkers. I said, Devon said you was mad easy with the guy when he said he got his lessons online. He wasn't like that with me. Wait, who said they got their lessons online? Oh, this dude over here. Yeah, but see, you can tell his mental state. See, he's at that level. See, when he sees, when he comes to see, right, he'll throw them away on his own. Ain't even got to tell him. Got knowledge of law just came in. You know, speaking of that too, God saved it in mind. I had no idea how many different people is out there selling our culture right now. That's something that's been very enlightening for me since starting this channel. You know, is you know, you can get stuff on Amazon now. You know, I'm fairly old school. You got brothers that do that now. You know, brothers, they send somebody to the school to get things like, to get a flag for them. You know, uh, you know, that's not how this works. You know, and once a person does that, it's kind of like, nah, like clearly you haven't been studying like that. Like I'm not gonna send 85% to the school to get no flag for me because I know how this goes. But we got brothers that and people on Amazon, that all that stuff is crazy to me, man. You got a process came in. Fly Face said he bought the lessons for $20 on Amazon, but it wasn't writing exacts. I couldn't rock with it. I mean, that's the way it's gonna be when you get it off of there. You know, But like I said, uh, we use 120 in order to, practice what we do. You understand what I'm saying? But it's almost like, the warriors, the weapon is not, you can't limit the warrior to this weapon. Like this is the one that he's mastered, that he's using right now. But if he a warrior, he a warrior. So see, what we apply our supreme intelligence to a lot is supreme mathematics. And that's what people see and they think, okay, let me try to be a part of that, through this way right here. So they try to get their hands on the lessons, but that's not gonna do it. Real Hip Hop said, is it wrong to get books and flags on Amazon? They got flags on Amazon too? Who's got flags on Amazon? I mean, I wouldn't say it's wrong to get books and flags on Amazon. I mean, you just have to understand that, you're not, that doesn't make you one of us. True Self said, I got math and alphabet online, but my 1 in 10, 1 in 36, and 1 in 14 came from Wise T a lot. D. Christian said, I got mine from a law school. The guys got rid of my incorrect lessons. Sadiq said, I started off with the online lessons, then I got my mind right, threw them in the trash, and got with the true and living. Yeah, I mean, I didn't have those options. This stuff which I was saying, those wasn't options, uh, you know, in my time. You had to come to the hill. You know what I'm saying? Like you always had what we referred to as neighborhood guys. Brothers that never really left a block. You know what I'm saying? But just generally speaking, there were certain places where you had to go, to I don't really know what the word is, you know what I mean? But to show that you was official, you know, you had to show your face around certain places, and you had to, you know, build on you had to build. You know, like that's just the fact of the matter with this. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like you a computer, you know, you a computer, but you got to plug into a power supply. You got to plug in to, you know, this plug on your wall is connected to the whole network, the whole grid. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying with this knowledge, man. In order for you to be able to use your power as a computer, you got to plug in to somebody that's already a part of the network. All that other stuff, it's only going to get you so far. Well, as you said, Amazon got our culture for sale. You still got to show and prove when coming amongst the builders. You know, and that's what ends up happening. That's what ends up happening is that, you know, eventually you end up running into those individuals. You know what I'm saying? You end up running into those kinds of individuals that when they see you, they're gonna say, you know, well, you know, what's the science with that flag? What that be about? You understand what I'm saying? You know, until then, you're gonna be able, you know, I guess to get over it, if that's what you want to call it. Yeah, I didn't realize neither all on the business, but it's one of them things that started becoming evident, you know, like how, uh, there's just certain things you could tell by, you could tell somebody who's really like, for instance, right? Uh, in New York, we got a street called Houston Street. Now, Houston Street is spelled the same way as Houston, like Houston, Texas, but it's pronounced Houston Street. Now, people from New York, we know, as soon as a person uses that terminology with us, as soon as somebody walks up and says, you know, where's Houston Street? We know that you got this off of a map or something. You didn't really, you didn't walk around there with a New Yorker, someone who knows the land, who knows what that says and what it means and why it's like that. Maybe not why it's like that, but they know that this is the pronunciation over here. You see what I'm saying? Or just like all of the businesses on here, he reminds me of, well, he don't remind me of it, but him being from LA, it makes me think of the, I don't know if it's the town or whatever, but the part of LA that they call Inglewood. Now, there's Inglewoods in almost every city. I've seen, place called Inglewood, right? But in some places, Inglewood is spelled with an I, and in some places, Inglewood is spelled with an E. You see all of these as things where, if somebody was to write it like that, if they wrote it with an E and they was in Cali, they probably be like, all right, this cat is he's not from around here. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times when a person comes up and they start speaking about 120, it's like, okay, they know the lessons and everything, but some things about your lingo, something about your language is telling me who you are, that you're not really, one of us. All of the business of my cousin had the Wu-Tang manual. I made him throw it out. I remember him trying to tell me I was the one that was wrong. No scrutiny, however, you got to take it upon your own responsibility to walk and talk with God. Yeah. You know, 793rd said the internet was still too slow at the time when he came into the knowledge. All in the business said if you're just an internet guy, then that's not cipher. To me, the internet will always come with error because there's no one to hold said person accountable for proper education. Yeah. And, it's just, when you just looking at it all as stuff that you download and print out, then it becomes very philosophical and uh, theoretical. There's, when there's not the actual, when there's not the action involved. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what that type of talking just leads to, regardless. There's just lots of things, and then, even with that, taking us to the full level, right? Taking us to the full level, meaning you're going to do something, right, where you're going to be an asset to the community, right? Whether you're going to go out there and teach, you know what I'm saying? Whether you're going to, whatever it is, it could be a clothes drive. You know what I'm saying? It could be feeding the homeless. Whatever that thing is, I'm saying the rubber has to meet the road at some point, because you're talking about real life, not a video game where, you could just pause it and go get a sandwich and come back. Now we talking about actual real life where, you know, Harriet Tubman couldn't be the Harriet Tubman that we know online. Yeah, she could put online maps to, if you want to escape, here's the map right here with the route, you know, or, maybe she can communicate with people that, okay, you in that farm, yeah, we'll be coming through, you know. But even when you think about it, I'm not going to be doing that if I'm Harriet Tubman. I'm not telling you nothing. When you see me, you better be ready. Because, see, I tell you, and then you're right. Now, as the Lord said, we said, brother talks to Melchizedek every once in a while. I keep telling them that that's supreme wisdom, but he thinks it's all the same. Real hip hop says, so does that mean almost none of us on here are true and living? No, I don't mean that. It just means that, in your particular journey, you had to do things, uh, we just had two different starting points. You know what I'm saying? What do they call it? The ovarian sweepstakes or the ovarian lottery. You know, that certain people, like, say right now, if you like, Zuckerberg's son, then they say you won the ovarian lottery. You know what I'm saying? That, you happen to be birthed into a situation where your parents was rich or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, being funny, but taking that same type of principle, you know, I won that ovarian lottery, you know what I'm saying, of being birthed, uh, in the right place, in the right time, to where, I could almost take it for granted, until recent times. Like now, brothers start returning to the essence. You know, I'm starting to understand y'all perspective a little bit more, but to the point where, I take it for granted that, I could just, go right downtown and be with the firstborn. You understand what I'm saying? But that just was happened to be my situation. See, you may be in another situation where, see, put like this. I got to go to the holy city of Mecca and see my brother Muhammad before I took 4 devils in. I wouldn't say our brother Muhammad, but, see our brother God. I got a chance to do that before I took 4 devils in. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter when you do it. What matters is that you do it. Real hip hop said, I don't understand why there's so much scrutiny in the 5% nation. Why is that? Well, you got a couple of reasons. You know, um, one thing, you can't leave out is that this is a nation for kids. You know what I'm saying? And, let's face it, kids are vicious. Like, kids ain't playing no games. They not sacrificing no principles. You understand what I'm saying? So, as kids, also, like I said, we lack certain amount of understanding. You got hormones kicking in and everything. You know what I'm saying? So all this is causing you to act and react in different ways. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, part of these teachings, right, is that everything and everybody is subject to be shown improvement. Everything and everybody. And so in living that out, that's what we deal with. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of things, like I said, it's it depends on how you look at the world, how you look at the things what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like how you looking at the situation that's at hand. That's one of the things that is going to dictate how willing you are to have weak links amongst you. If you seeing this as, this is an exercise in humanity or whatever, you may not be that concerned about it. But see, like in this day and time, right, where, we can have an interaction with the police, right, and lose our life. All right, I need to know that you're a wise man before we go somewhere out where we may get into this situation, and then I have to learn when it's too late. All of these is the things, that's involved here too. You know what I'm saying? Also you gotta look at the fact that our founder, was shot on 2 separate occasions. 10 bullets. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, we want to know who you are. You know, when you come around, we like to know who you are, what you about. You know what I'm saying? The COINTELPRO investigation, we was one of the targets of that. All of that is aspects of our history. When you say, why is certain things the case? But like I said, at the root of it all is that everything and everybody is subject to be shown and proven. All of the business says scrutiny because people have lived and returned to the essence in the name of Allah and take this signs very seriously. Brothers doing life, for some of them, all they have is lessons. What is this? Yeah, this. D. Christian said, I've seen brothers get harassed and lessons taken from certain COs. COs. See, I mean, people say harass, get their lessons taken. I mean, don't get me wrong. There was, if you just look at the law of averages, there had to be some good brothers that was ran away. But the reality is you can't have it both ways. You know what I'm saying? That also was a part of why we was a strong enough force to travel through space and time. You know what I'm saying? That, wherever people is at, you know what I'm saying? They heard of the 5%. There's some people over there that's 5%. Everything that you admire just went in and out. Everything that you admire about that time, that scrutiny, happened to show and prove is also like that's what made us strong. That's the difference between a 5%er who when you just say if you take hip. Yeah, I don't know what happened right there. I got kicked out. I got kicked out of the whole room. Yeah, I got kicked out of the whole room. I don't know what happened right there. You know what I'm saying? But that's just simply a part of it. It's one of those things where you know, uh, if you thrive in a situation, it don't seem that bad to you. You know what I'm saying? You know, I thrived in that situation. You know what I'm saying? For those of us that you know, for those of us that thrived in that situation, you know, that's something that we that's one of the best things that we appreciate about having the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Is that, you know, that was a constant that, you know what I'm saying, when we was out there building, you know, it wasn't no friends, you know, cliques and all of that thing, you know, like that didn't exist. You know what I'm saying? Not in terms of protecting you from, you know, what was your responsibility in terms of knowing your degrees and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And being a builder. So, you know, other people call it harassed. You know, I call it something different. You know, like these brothers that you saying that you seen get harassed, which I don't know if you do you mean they got harassed and lessons taken from certain COs, you mean correctional officers, like they got harassed by correctional officers for building? Well, I don't know if you mean brothers getting harassed, you know, meaning they was always getting asked questions in the knowledge. You know, what I call that is certain brothers was always lacking. So yeah, you know, as soon as they came out, it was one of those things where it was like, well, do you know your degrees today? Because you didn't know them yesterday or the day before that or the day before that. Are you talking, all right, so yeah, you talking about in prison, the correction officers would harass certain brothers, uh, you know, I guess brothers that was in there doing a lot of teaching and being influential amongst the other inmates, you know, the correction officers was giving them a tough way to go. And, you know, that's one of the things too that, you know, you appreciate about being in those ciphers. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, we standing in a cipher with individuals that are extremely serious men out here on these streets. You understand what I'm saying? And you know, being able to uh, you know, still be free and speak freely and, you know, manifest what you got to manifest in the midst of that. This is one of the things that start to build up your fortitude for when you get in these situations like that. Because when you're going out here, you know what I'm saying? If you really teaching what you're saying you're teaching, you're going to run into resistance. Because like I said, it's not a matter of people liking you or being, it's a matter of, you know, a lot of people have their survival tied to people's ignorance and oppression. So if you come on the scene to deal with, you know, education and freedom, justice, and equality, then people is going to come against you. Serious said, gods are making knowledge born in the interior cipher. The STG sergeant used to try to take my books, all cultural books. You know, I mean, they got a job to do, which is to, you know, whip you up into a good enough slave to be released back into the general plantations. Speaking of that fly phrase, did I ask you about that? Did anybody know that Rhode Island, the name of Rhode Island is really the state of Rhode Island and the Providence plantations? I just found that out, I think last week, that the name of Rhode Island is really the state of Rhode Island and the Providence plantations. I think y'all gonna have to get a little visit from Black Lives Matter up there. Fly Phrase said the 5% won a case here in Rhode Island prison to be able to practice the lessons behind the wall. Yeah, I heard about that case too. Why, as you said, in the max level 6, can't have lessons, got my book of life taken and got 30 days in the hole, and then got to the medium level 4 and was a different cipher, was able to have power papers and all. Fly Phrase said, so they taking the Providence plantations off? They changing it, or they talking about changing it? I wonder how that works out. Like what did you think, Fly Phrase, like the first time when you was in like the first or the second grade and you find out that the full name includes the Providence plantations? You see that? Fly Phrase said they changing the name, they dropping the Providence plantations. See, I told y'all, man, these rebellions is having an impact, man. People keep acting like it ain't, but it is. It may not be the full impact that you want, but then the question is, what have you been doing? But yeah, back to like I was saying before, everybody that made it this far with me on the live, do the Each One Teach One. Click the like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. Share this on your social media, your Facebook, your Twitter, etc., etc. And I will be back to see you brothers tomorrow. Fly Phrase says you can't change the history of Rhode Island. I mean, listen. Providence plantations, that's a heavy one right there. I don't know. But peace to everybody, and I'll be on tomorrow to check y'all out.